Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
and the Derbyshire batters, Harry Kane and Nick Fox.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to a gloomy Chesterler Street at the Banks Homes Riverside on day 3 of the Durham versus Derbyshire match in the Rothesay County Championship 2nd Division. Day 3, which very well, if Durham play their cards right, could be the final day of this contest after a blazing performance with the ball in hand yesterday. Bowling Derbyshire all out for 118 in their first innings and enforcing the follow-on and picking up 4 wickets before the close of play yesterday. Means that Derbyshire still have an 160-run mountain to climb if they're going to force Durham to bat again either later today or potentially into tomorrow. The late wicket of Wayne Madsen after he was bowled by Matthew Potts means that it is Nick Potts, the night watchman, and opener Harry Kane that will resume on 48 unbeaten. As yesterday, you're here with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and a very warm welcome to the first time today to Ash Thorpe.
Good morning, mate. Yeah, it was a good day yesterday for Durham. They eked out further 75 runs to get up to that 377, and we weren't sure really what a good score on this pitch was going to be, and the measure of that is from when both sides even bat twice. And Durham ripped through Derbyshire yesterday in a session. They picked up that 1 wicket just before lunch. And by the time tea came, Derbyshire were following on. They lost 4 wickets in the final session, but Harry Kane was excellent. Really battled through that session, got off to a bit of a flyer and then settled in. But Derbyshire have got a lot of work to do if they want to make Durham bat again in this game.
It's going to be Matthew Potts that will kick things off with the ball this morning. On the day yesterday, where he took his 250th first-class wicket in Durham colours. He's picked up all 4 wickets of the Derbyshire second innings so far, trapping Lewis Rees in front LBW, Matthew Montgomery feathering through to Ollie Robinson, and then Jewell and Madsen both having their stumps rearranged. Going to be bowling to 3 slips to kick things off this morning. And it's bat on ball, first delivery app, and we are underway on day 3.
Yeah, Matthew Potts was brilliant yesterday. Picked up a couple of wickets with the new ball. And then returning late on to get that late wicket of Wayne Madsen.
That's
unplayable,
awesome.
Wasn't it?
Absolutely.
It nipped back, it kept low, and there was just nothing Madsen can do.
That's to add on as well, of course, from the 2 wickets that he took in the first innings as well, bowling Lewis Rees, and then getting Wayne Madsen as well.
Yeah, he had a good day with the ball yesterday. And Matthew's a bowler that needs overs in his legs. He's not one of those that necessarily needs rest in this modern world where the sports scientists kind of dictate the levels that these guys can play at.
First run on the board of day 3, and it's the first run to the night watchman Nick Potts as well, which will bring up the Derbyshire 100.
Just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over.
Going to be quite important in this first half now to try and actually dislodge that man at the non-strikers end now, Nick Potts. Get rid of the night watchman and try and get into the likes of Martin Anderson and Brooke Guest.
Got some solid all-rounders, haven't they, in their lower order, Derbyshire?
Yeah, very much so, especially with the danger of Ben Aitchison as well, with his possibility with the bat. Didn't get the chance to see it in the first innings. Caught by Alex Lees off the bowling of Casey Aldridge, who had a stellar day on day 2.
Yeah, it was the last wicket to fall, wasn't he? As the lights do come on here at the Banks Homes Riverside. It was a gloomy start. It was beautiful this morning, but the clouds rolled in about 11:15.
Harry came squared up a little there, but defends it softly into short mid-wicket.
Yeah, that one honing in on the ribs there. Not what you want early on day 3, or any morning, to be honest. An 80-mile-an-hour missile into the rib cage. Definitely something to avoid in life.
Last ball of the first over on the way. Came trying to drive. We'll only find Alex Lees at mid-on. That's the end of the over. Derbyshire navigate the first over successfully of the day. It's 100 for 4.
Really intriguing day's play in front of us here. Derbyshire fighting for their lives. Durham have Ben Rain to join Matthew Potts as expected. Casey Aldridge did some damage yesterday. Picked up a 5-wicket haul, his first for Durham. And then gave me a seriously awkward interview afterwards. I'm going to have a word with him actually today. But what was really interesting late last night was Callum Parkinson got some real turnout at the surface as well, so he might be a man for today. Good options available for Alex Lees. Just the 2 slips in play. Man catching on the drive in the covers. I think that's Matthew Potts there. Ben Rain yet to pick up a wicket in this second innings. Potts solid in defence.
Yeah, not as much wind around or a breeze around as there was yesterday when speaking on Callum Parkinson, sorry. So maybe won't be getting as much drift as he was yesterday, but like you say, the surface is that wind has blown through over the first 2 days, just drying out the surface a little bit, showing the first instances of potential turn.
It's a good start. Ben Rain actually has the wind almost blowing at his back there. The wind's changed around from the southwest to a bit of a northwesterly today. It does tend to fluctuate here quite a little bit. That's definitely brought the clouds in for the start of day 3.
Yeah, they look like they're going to hang around until roughly about 2 to 3 p.m. as well. It's going to be a pretty overcast day, which you're the bowling side trying to chase down 6 wickets to close this game. Certainly don't mind it.
Short and pulled away by Potts, and that will bring up the first boundary of day 3. An excellent pull shot from Potts. Moves him onto 5 and Derbyshire onto 104 for 4.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot. First real attempt at a shot played in the morning, and Nick Potts has just got absolutely all of that. Little shorter from Ben Rain, back of a length. And Potts picks up the flight really, really quickly. Leans back and heaves it away over the leg side boundary.
Man out at deep square leg now. Ben Rain right on the money, back to his familiar length, challenging the stumps.
Yeah, at least the man on the deep square leg boundary, though, does put in the thoughts in the back of the mind that Rain could return to the short ball once again.
He likes to bowl bouncers, Ben Rain, for a medium pacer. Likes to slip them in. Just to keep the batsman honest. Try not to let them just lunge on the front foot. Just having a look at the ball, Alex Lees, and a little chat with Ben Rain. And that is a short ball that surprises Potts, and he rides it almost to where a short leg would be.
Yeah, they've gone to the short ball ploy first over as opposed to having Ollie Robinson up to the stumps or, like you say, that short leg in, which we saw a little bit of yesterday.
One ball away from being 41 overs as well, this ball, so shouldn't be in its hardest. And good areas there. That one is played to Graham Clark. A backward point, that ends the over. Just the boundary from it. Derbyshire 104 for 4. Trailing by 155.
A very good morning to all of you that have joined us as well for this morning session and tuning in. You want to get in touch with myself and Ash, you can drop a comment or a question in the live stream chat, or if you fancy going the older school route, which is weird to say about an email address.
Fax? Oh, sorry.
Carrier pigeon.
There's the ground staff. Look at them.
There's a man that still relies on a carrier pigeon.
Buzz looks like he's got one in his beard there. That
email address, by the way, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. I like the question from STP there. Anyone else hoping for Potts, caught Potts, bowled Potts?
Well, Potts got Potts for Derbyshire. Got Matthew Potts out. Matthew Potts will be hoping he picks Potts up because that'll be a 5-wicket haul for him.
Oh, pull shot crunched away by Harry Kane, but can only find the wicket.
Yeah, deep square out as well for Matthew Potts and Harry Kane. This might be something that Durham explore. Harry Kane 48, couple away from a half century. He deserves it. He's fought really hard for his team here. Let's see the lights against the gloomy background of the clouds.
Drops the hands. Fires in a shorter ball there for Potts. Very clever there, Mick. Some say well, you're a potty for thinking that.
Oh, here we go. Sure, everybody's just waking up from watching the Socceroos this morning.
Oh, mate. What a ripper performance that was. We'll do our best to avoid spoilers for those that are maybe just waking up a little later on a Sunday morning.
Spoil it.
But definitely exceeding expectations.
Indeed.
Shall we say, for the Socceroos and the FIFA World Cup overnight. Couple of little upset performances actually overnight. Oh, good leave from Harry Kane. Just getting over the top of 4 stump. Last ball of the over. Matthew Potts asking a couple of questions of Harry Kane. And another short ball to finish.
It's a good bounce of that, well directed from Potts. Well played by Harry Kane, just ducking and swaying. Dropping his hands. Maiden over for Matthew Potts. 104 for 4. Derbyshire following on. Still 155 behind.
Yeah, key session this for Derbyshire, as it feels like they kind of all have been for the most part of the game with the bat. Derbyshire will want to get particularly Harry Kane all the way through the session into the afternoon.
Ben Rain finding his usual channel.
Ideally want to try and back him up with the likes of Addison and Guest as the rest of the day goes on. If they can get Durham to bat again, build up a lead of around about 150, 200 for themselves on a wicket that's starting to turn and will only turn more as it gets into late today and early tomorrow, could open up some real opportunities.
Nicely defended by Potts.
Be very interested to see how Dwight Olivier travels as well. He gets to take the ball in hand today.
Bouncer there from Ben Rain. Yeah, his second spell was much better than his first, wasn't it? That first innings he leaked a few. Casey Aldridge on the back of that spell ripped the heart out of Derbyshire, picking up 5 wickets. He was much better in that second innings.
Yeah, still a little bit weary of the front foot no ball. Gave away 4 of them in the second innings in yesterday late afternoon. Definitely a lot tidier.
Potts thinks of a single. Graham Clark's there quickly.
Rain only with the 2 slips in play. David Bettingham at first, Casey Aldridge at second. Ben McKinney's out on that deep square leg hook. Parkinson at long leg. Clark at backward point. Potts catching in the covers.
On the pad, going down the leg side. Will be a leg bite. We a ball away from the first Ben Rain maiden over of day 3. None for 24 to his name so far. A couple of maidens.
Yeah, quite handily going down leg. That one from Rain, but first little sign of a chance, first little sign of an opportunity for Potts to be leaving that front leg out.
That will be a single out into the leg side to end the over. Just the 2 from that over, a leg bye and a single. $106 for 4. So Durham Cricket of today support the Lewis Moody Cycle Challenge to support the England Rugby World Cup winner as he embarks on a 500-mile charity bike ride to raise funds for MND. The 7-day journey will see Moody travel from Newcastle, stopping off here at the Banks Homes Riverside, travelling across the country. There's some pictures now of Lewis and some of his closest friends arriving in the area. If anybody would like to support, check out the link in the YouTube comments. As that is driven beautifully through the covers and brings up Harry Kame's 50. As he raises his bat towards his teammates. It's been excellent, well, rearguard but stoic action from Harry Kame. He's still got a lot of work to do, but that was a beautiful shot to bring up his 50.
Yeah, real gutsy performance from Harry Kame in this second innings. Been the anchor that Derbyshire have needed. His wickets have been tumbling around him for some pretty low scores. The opener more than happy to step up. Ooh. Where's one in the midsection.
Yeah, he might have got a little tickle on that with the bat as well, so it's another run. Might have a nice medal.
Brings the deficit down under 150 as well for Derbyshire. Slowly but surely. They're starting to creep up on that, and potential for Durham to bat again. Looking a little bit more likely. Third slip's going to come in here for Potts.
Some great support and awareness, hasn't there, globally for MND. Kevin Sinfield finally getting reward for all his great work, receiving a knighthood.
Oh, that's a big appeal. They really like it. Not for the first time in this innings. For the first time today, though, Matthew Potts. He looks away in frustration.
Looked a good shout, didn't it?
Very good shout. Watch it back quickly here. Ooh, it's close.
Wonder if he's got a little nick on it. Look good.
Yeah, maybe height, the only thing being the umpire's mind here is doubt. But again, like Ben Rain did in the last over, had a half shout that was going down the leg side. Now this one. Quick drop and run to get Potts to the safety of the non-striker's end. And a high pull shot. Not going to get all the way to the boundary rope. There's the sweeper out in the deep in Will Rhodes. But it will pick up a single. And it will keep Harry Kane on strike. An expensive over that one. 7 runs from it. Derbyshire up to 113 for 4.
Derbyshire need to do, they need to keep picking up and taking their scoring opportunities. Lovely cover drive to start the over and a really solid pull shot to finish it from Harry Kane. Moved on to 55 now.
Still encouraging signs for Durham early on with that big appeal for LBW that Matthew Potts was pretty much convinced that he had.
Oh, Ben Rain. Right on the money. Harry Kane squirts this away through square leg for a single. Starting to get a little bit brighter here in Chesley Street. There's some gloomy clouds across the Banks Homes Riverside at the moment.
Yeah, and as far as pretty much the eye can see as well. Gloomy outlook over to our right behind Lumley Castle. And over to our left as well, over the pavilion. Lees and rain. Chatting about maybe a little change of tactic, change of approach.
Very interested to see how long it is until Callum Parkinson's into the attack today. Thought he bowled really nicely last night. You talked about the drift he was getting with the aid of that breeze across the ground. You'll get to bowl into the wind today, which again should aid that drift. Get a bit of drop on the ball as well. Bouncer. Well ducked.
Yeah, just keeping that in the back of Potts' mind. Keeping him honest. Been there maybe for a little longer than Durham would have hoped in the early stages of this morning. 23 minutes into the session. Would have loved to have sent the night watchman away and start digging into the rest of the middle order for Derbyshire. But give him credit, the night watchman.
A bit more effort in that one from Ben Rain.
Graham Clark calling for the lid. At least that looked like that was the signal. Find out in a moment as someone comes racing down from the pavilion. Callum Parkinson's just stepped off the ground, and it is the helmet that's being reached for here. So we're going to get the first sign of the short leg in place for Potts. Graham Clark is going to make his way out of backward point. Go right at short leg.
This is glove down the leg side. Away from Ollie Robinson and away for 4. Potts picks up a boundary 5 from that over. So the scoreboard ticking over nicely for Derbyshire this morning. 118 for 4 now, trailing still by 141.
Yeah, it's a shame that for Ben Rain. A couple of times yesterday they played with a leg slip in. Alex Lee's taking the initiative to go sit in there for that kind of possibility. Fortunately, made all that time for the fielding change to put Graham Clark in at the back pad. Didn't quite make the change to conjure up the wicket.
Yeah, it was close, wasn't it? Little glove down the leg side. Nearly had a sneeze there. Done well.
Yeah, it's been a funny old day and a funny old weekend for the old hay fever. All the forecasts apparently claiming low pollen.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, the amount of Alevia that I've taken over the past week and a half would suggest otherwise. Nice on drive, going to squeeze through for the one here. Direct impact. Going to ask the question, but maybe more of a hit and hope as Harry Kane gets off strike.
Yeah, well home, Harry Kane. A little bit of a mix-up between the two batters. Leads around and got rid of it quickly. No real power in the throat as he's throwing against his body.
Bad quick transfer though. Throwing that front on as opposed to side on. I should say he's trying to throw across the body. A little bit more difficult to generate that power. Deep square leg and long leg are going to come a little bit finer. Ooh.
Hitting right on the top of the head.
Yeah, so there'll be a concussion protocol here just to inspect the state of the helmet. Umpire come over and double check on Nick Potts as well. A little smile on his face there.
It was a good bouncer and a solid blow to the helmet. So there's some footage there of Lewis Moody's team coming into Chesley Street there. Like I was saying earlier, charity bike ride to support MND, 500 miles. They're on a 7-day journey, travelling all over the country. Started off in Newcastle, and one of their first stops will have been here at Chesley Street this morning. You can see some people outside the ground there. Hopefully we're going to get the link into the comments section where you can donate to support this fantastic event, and any support that you can get to fight motor neurons disease is well received and will be superbly encouraged by all of us here at Durham Cricket.
Yeah, it's a great cause. Really great turnout as well. Plenty there among the group. Certainly wish them the very best on what's going to be one heck of a journey. Derbyshire and the umpire happy that all the protocols and all the checks have been passed. Nick Potts will get back to his position and take his guard. There you go, the website link just been posted. Those maybe just listening along. www.lewismoody.com. Oh, pops up high. Falls short of Graham Clark, who is sat in on short leg for Potts as well as Ben Rain. Almost creating an immediate opportunity. Oh, and again.
This is a good test, this, for Potts. From Potts, are going to get another man under the helmet, probably on the offside here. So Nick Potts knows what's coming his way. It's a real tester ticker for him. There's some fantastic charities, just going back to the fight against MND. You've got the Derby Rimmer, you've got Dodie Weir, you've got the Rob Burrow, Lewis Moody just been recently diagnosed himself. All really prevalent here in the UK and Australia. There was the recent loss of Neil Danaher to that disease. Rugby league player Jai Arrow's just been diagnosed as well. So there's some real awareness going around at the moment in the fight against a brutal and horrible disease.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen it as well, there's the Rob Burrow documentary, which I watched a couple of years ago through university. And it's really touching, really, really emotional. Last ball of the over is defended down and short of Alex Lees, who was the one to take the helmet catching in the offside. End of the over though. Derbyshire 119 for 4.
Survived the over, Nick Potts.
Yes, some good questions being asked, particularly with this shorter ball ploy that Potts very nearly came undone with.
Ben Rain to continue from the Lumley end. Game's right across his stumps there, and that clips the pad. They're looking for 2, but Callum Parkinson gets around quickly. It'll be a leg by.
Yeah, still gives Ben Rain more of a chance to attack it. Nick Potts though.
There's Victor Main and his team doing a little lap this morning. Ben, John and Barry keeping in company.
Heard from Vic yesterday about some of the challenges that have been involved with trying to put together this pitch for the game. All the T20s, the adverse weather that we've had as well.
Potts solid in defence.
Overall said yesterday that he was still pretty content, Vic, with the way that the pitch has played. A little bit in it for the batters, a few runs there. Also quite a bit for the bowlers still.
Oh, that is an absolute beauty. Potts playing and missing. Leg slip in place now, David Beddingham. Short leg in place. Trying to make Potts' time in the middle as uncomfortable as possible. You can see there, Beddingham and Clark just to the left there of Ollie Robinson. And Casey Aldridge, the lone slip. It's short and played nicely by Potts, getting on top of the bounce, knocking it straight down in front of Graham Clark.
Yeah, started to settle himself down a little bit more, Nick Potts. After that previous over, the barrage of shorter pitch deliveries.
Another short ball that's well played, dropped right at his feet there by Potts.
The last ball of the over, looks like Alex Lees is going to be brought up from mid-off. Go under the lid, right underneath Potts' eye line.
Yeah, right under his beak. See if Rain serves him a nice little half volley. Oh, it's better than that. It's a great length and it's shapes away from Potts, who plays and misses. That is a Ben Rain maiden over. Just the leg by from the first ball. .139, still behind Derbyshire, but fighting on this morning. Survived the first 38 minutes.
Yeah, they're still slowly but surely chipping away. Derbyshire. Harry came up to 57. Nick Potts going about his business as the night watchman as well on 10. Matthew Potts into the 5th over of his spell. Driving, doesn't quite find the gap. Ben Rain will wheel around, but does enough to get him to single and get him off strike.
He's going to have plenty of company around him here, Nick Potts.
Yeah, not wasting any time. Helmets flying everywhere.
Yeah, man either side. Short leg, silly mid off, leg slip, 2 slips.
Watch the first one go by. Matthew Potts, of course, in and around the England setup, was with the Lions last week. Joseph there saying about how dearly he'd love to see his boy Potts bowl for England again, but given the current seismic shifting of the team, don't hold up much hope. Still, you never know. Oh, what's that one? Rises up high on Potts. Good take at head height from Robinson.
Some good energy on the ball there from Potts.
It's interesting with the current England situation in terms of the bowling department. There's news breaking yesterday, I believe, about Ollie Robinson. And it's Henry Crocombe that's been brought in, or at least named as his provisional replacement.
Just a little wide that from Potts. Needs to ball it straight at Nick Potts. This isn't fun as a batter. This isn't fun. You know what's coming your way. Part of the job.
And short and angling right in.
Really well played to keep his gloves out of the way there. Simon says he went for a walk yesterday and twisted his ankle. He's now got foot up. Watching it. Speedy recovery, Simon. Yeah, exercise isn't for everybody, mate. And then we've got Timothy says we're boring. We talk about that. That's what we get paid to do, mate. We get paid to talk about the game. That is our job. Potts is going to try round the wicket. Sorry if that's too boring for you, Timothy.
Certainly been called worse.
Yeah. By me this morning.
No comment.
Just going to go and have a little check on Nick Potts here. The physio is running back onto the ground. There might be a little bit delayed concussion. Might have a headache. Take a couple of tablets. You can see a bowling change. Casey Aldridge into the attack. Definitely got dark again here as well.
Yeah, the light's still beaming down, but the visibility definitely continuing to darken a little bit. Wouldn't surprise me if the umpires in the next 10 minutes or so maybe come together, take a reading. But Casey Aldridge, what a day he had yesterday. First innings total, 5.4 overs bowled, 5 for 19.
Started with that Caleb Jewell wicket, which I'm going to throw it out there. I think that was a horrible decision. But took reward from that. Really ripped the heart out of Derbyshire's middle order. Joseph Donovan even. Definitely showing my roots there. Affirmative. Ben is in practicing again today. Yep, absolutely. And thanks, Stephen.
Yeah, Jason Donovan.
Wow.
Gee, there's a name.
Harry Kane's looked in really good order in this second innings. Transferring his weight well into the ball here.
Yeah, last I saw Jason Donovan, he was doing a lot of stuff touring with Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Okay.
Heard some stories about his performances as Dr. Frankenfurter.
Again, solid from Harry Kane. How's your theatrics going these days, mate? You still strutting your stuff?
Still going. Last month finished off a performance of Little Shop of Horrors.
Okay.
It was a very, very challenging show. Very tiring. Mainly because I didn't get a time off stage for about 10-15 minutes being Seymour.
Feed me.
Yeah. But no, it was good. It was good. Audiences went home happy, which is the main thing. Yeah, just about to kick off Into the Woods as their next one, but elected to take a little bit of a break from that one. So, but no, still going, still treading the boards.
Love it. Short, wide and cut out to the deep. Matthew Potts doing the fielding. It'll just be a single. That's what you want to do from a Derbyshire point of view. They've got through Ben Rain's first spell. Got through 45 minutes this morning. You want to get the miles into these Durham bowlers' legs, make them tired, having enforced the follow-on. This is 49th over there. They bowled about 30 in that first innings. So just start to get a bit of weariness in the body, and hopefully batting becomes a little bit easier. Spots are solidly in behind that one.
Yeah, it's maybe just feeding a little bit of frustration in as well to Durham, forcing the follow-on with a bit of confidence. Had him 4 down overnight, especially with the breakthrough of Wayne Madsen, who was looking like he was going to be really, really stubborn.
This is driven and played quite nicely and late. Beats Graham Clark at backward point and timed away to the fence for 4. That'll be good reward for Nick Potts, who's battled hard. He's 14 now. That lead is down to 133.
Yeah, really lovely little drive that. Through backward point for Potts. Just rolls the wrists. Nothing too extravagant. And yeah, that lead slowly dwindling down towards double digits. Making it look a little bit more likely that Durham will have to bat again. Potts going to continue on getting himself another over.
6th over of his spell this morning. Still a smile on his face.
Yeah, you know, slightly in the back of his mind, he's still thinking about that LB decision.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Always in and around the game, though. Always in the contest. Matthew Potts. Bowled 8 overs as his first spell, so Weatherlees just wants to squeak an extra over or 2 out of him. See if Casey Aldridge is generating anything from the Lamley end before maybe continuing with pace with Olivier or trying out with Callum Parkinson. Seeing how this pitch has evolved and how much more turn is on offer compared to yesterday.
That was the one. Harry Kane's done brilliantly to keep that out. It's just about the ball that did for Madsen, that one.
Yeah, late nip back. Madsen just leaning on his bat as well. Knowing that took a little bit of extra effort to try and keep out. Stronger defensive there from Harry Kane. Not relied too much on the change of angle so far as Potts either. Has been bowling pretty much expressively over the wicket to the left-hander. Gets a couple noises. Ends the over. Second maiden for Potts of the day.
Might be the end of him, that, I think. I'd be getting Parkinson on as quick as I can from this end.
Yeah.
Bowled nicely, threatened. Got a few to beat the inside edge and beat the outside edge last night.
And considering we didn't see Olivier bowl from the Finkel end, it was all pretty much exclusively from the Lumley end yesterday.
And I think with the wind as well, Ben, the wind's blowing right at Casey Aldridge's back here. Not as strong as yesterday either. But you can rotate your seamers from that end and give Callum Parkinson the job into the wind. That's what you have your spinner in the team for. Keep your seamers fresh. And he was a real threat, I thought, late last night.
Yeah, just bowled the 4 overs, but none for 4. Some numbers that are pretty difficult to argue with.
Nick Potts might have thought he was safe from the short ball stuff. Casey Aldridge just reminds him he got that up his sleeve as well.
Yeah, it's a nice little short ball as well. A little bit of extra pop through the way on the way through.
The field is now going to reflect. That's Graham Clark is going to go into short leg. You can see him collecting his helmet there. Umpire Ashraf going from square leg across the point, so he's got better vision, not blocked by Graham Clark there. This one's at the body. Well defended by Potts.
Trying to give themselves every opportunity to make something happen at the moment, Durham. Only half chances they've created some of those LBW appeals. Oh, big inside edge. Scurries away to deep square leg.
There's a definite plan for Nick Potts here. Harry Kane just going almost serenely about his business here. Very stoic in defence. Looks like he's got. They talk about bowlers having rhythm. He looks like he's got good rhythm with his trigger and his backswing, and his alignment looks really good today. Oh, there's a Yorker there from Casey Aldridge. Well kept out by Harry Kane. It's 59 now.
Yeah, I don't mind this idea though from Aldridge. Seen him navigate the shorter balls a little bit better and a little easier through the morning. Let's see what he can do. He pitch something up a little bit more.
It's a short ball tempted there for a moment. Harry Kane to uppercut that one, but allows it through to Ollie Robinson. Just the one from the over. 127 for 4. 132 is Durham's lead at the moment.
Give us our first chance to have a little look around the grounds and the rest of the county championship. We'll focus on Division 2 first off. Gloucestershire have had their first innings ended, all bowled out for 268. So they still trail by 197 against Northants on day 3. Lancashire have a huge mountain to climb in their second innings. They're 15 for none, needing 409 to win in Blackpool. And Middlesex are underway in their second innings, 44 without loss, and a 118 run lead. It's going to be Ben Rain that will take over from Matthew Potts. Oh, and a change of ends. Could it just prove the ticket? Not quite. First ball up. Going down leg maybe. For me on rewatch. Straight back to work. Yeah, I'm with you, Mick. That looked very close. With the LBW appeal, came motioned to his batting partner. There was a little bit of movement in. Maybe a bit too much movement in. Potts hits the bat in front. (15 of 48). It's proving to be a little bit of a pest here for Durham. Not falling for the short ball trap. Wearing a couple on the pads and just getting the body in enough of a position to put the doubt into the umpire. Time up high and on top. with that shorter ball.
What's the obsession with Ben Stokes? Good question.
Might be able to ask him. He's just walking down below us.
Yeah.
Flicked away and past mid-on. Going to be a chase on here. And it's a chase. Alex Lees is just going to be able to win. But hard running between Potts and Kane for 3.
Obsession with Ben Stokes. England captain. Been at Durham since he was about 13, 14 years old. Apart from that, yeah, I'm not really sure. Goes okay. Won a few games for England.
Yeah.
Walking there with Scott Borthwick. There's no doubt been slinging at him in the nets. Scott his testimonial year this year. Thoroughly deserved. His return. Came back from Surrey. Led the team really, really nicely. We'll be deep in conversation around what's happening in this game. Ben is cricket obsessed. Absolutely no doubt about that.
Yeah, and if the Telegraph is to be believed at the very least from Will McPherson a couple of days ago, with eyes looking towards championship game next weekend as well.
I know, well, I'd love to see him back playing for Durham. And I know our members are absolutely desperate to see him back playing for Durham. Aldridge right on the money first ball.
Yeah, had the pleasure of watching Stokes. Thinking my first ever commentary for Durham. Back against Somerset.
Oh, was that 2-day game?
Yeah. Ben Stokes and Peter Siddle rattling through the Somerset order.
Potts growing in confidence here. Placing that one on the top of the bounce out through the vacant area at point. Will Rhodes on the boundary.
Yeah, it's been a strong morning for Derbyshire. Through the first hour. Both the men still at the crease. Harry Kane just happy to go through the motions. 150 balls.
Yeah, it's a tick in the box, isn't it? From a Derbyshire point of view, they've had a pretty average first 2 days. Fighting hard here on day 3. Tucked away nicely off his pads. Harry Kane's thinking of 2. And possibly could have got it with a little fumble there from Matthew Potts. But the side's against it. I think Ben is definitely a person of interest, I guess, in world cricket. Whether you're obsessed with him or not. Aldridge hitting the pitch hard. Who would go out of the side if Stokes was allowed to play? What a great question that is.
Very interesting.
Can we play 12? Nice, he played again on top of the bounce by Potts. That ends the over. He's weathered a real storm here this morning. Nick Potts still here. He's 19 not out. Harry Kane 60 not out. 132 for 4. Still trailing by 127. They've showed some good heart here this morning, Derbyshire. As you can see, the lights are still on. I don't know, Jay Taddy, who would you drop?
It's really hard to say, isn't it? A couple of names maybe spring to mind. Aldridge feels like it'd be very, very harsh on him to drop him after his performance this weekend. Graham Clark shown out pretty well with the bat in this game as well. Second high score of 51 for Durham.
Can we have 2 Cumbrians in the team? Of course we can. I spoke to Ryan Campbell about it yesterday. He was on the commentary. And he's heard nothing from the ECB to say that he is available for next week. So watch this space.
Pulled away by Harry Kane. They'll just take the single down towards deep backward square.
Ben Rain's going to continue with this short ball policy. Short leg in plays, deep square out. Deep conversation with his captain, who's at mid-on.
More traditional line and length on that ball, though.
Yeah, I think any opportunity that our members would get the chance to see Ben play, or even Mark Wood, probably played even less than Ben over the last few years. Constantly in the ground, working hard, trying to get back to fitness. Mark Wood at the moment. Short and comfortably played by Potts.
Ryden Cast as well. He's
Yeah.
still in the recovery.
I don't think he's far away either. We've seen a bit more of Carsi over the last couple of years than we have of the other two. He's certainly established himself in that England setup now, Bryden Cast. Almost a forgotten man in that conversation. Thuds into the pads. Run away to square leg for a leg by. Eventually signalled by umpire Ashraf. You see his knee in the corner of your picture. Wonder what's everybody doing for Sunday lunch? Drop us a comment. What's your Sunday lunch of choice?
Harry Kane sees out the last ball of Ben Rain's second over of this spell. Just the 2 runs from that one. 134 for 4. A Derbyshire in their second innings. Deficit of 125 now.
Collins calling for a burst from Olivier. And I guess if you want somebody to run in and bowl the short ball, Olivier's probably your man. There's a job that he's done over the years. He's just having a little stretch now as well. So we might see a little burst from him. But you just feel that Durham need to change something up here. It's been a solid morning this for Derbyshire. 134 for 4. Aldridge to continue. Good short ball, guided just away from Gully. And it will run down to third for 4. Alex Lee's tumbling away to his left.
Yeah, not a million miles away there from the dive of Alex Lee's. Ben McKinney in the slips cordon, where we would have maybe wanted those two to be swapped around, but put the dive in, nicely guided backwards by Potts. Up to 23.
Oh, that's well bowled. I thought that was through. We are directly behind Nick Potts. I thought that had snuck through. He did well to get his bat down there. Oh, it's all going on here. Chips and curry sauce is one. We've got ideal Sunday lunches, Silverside beef, Yorkshire puds roasties. It's nicely played by Potts, who'll be last thing on his mind at the moment will be some roast beef. And you've got Andy Jordan's giving us the full whack here. He's going to whack a chicken in later on. Some roasties, some carrots, broccoli, homemade puds, followed up with a chocolate trifle, and then absolutely Sunday afternoon nap. Sounds perfect. That is a brute of a bouncer. I think by luck more than skill, Nick Potts has managed to avoid that one. And Nick says he's just had a biryani, but he's working on a ship in Hamburg, near Hamburg, sorry.
Wow.
Not against that either. Full English for Simon. Oh, wow. Get that in you. Nicely played by Potts, who commits to the front foot and guides that one through point for a single. He's had a tough morning here, Nick Potts. Been hit on the head. Received a barrage of short pitch bowling, but he's still there, battling for his team. 23 on to 24 now, not out. David Bailey says, being vegetarian, he doesn't want to see this. Well played by Harry Kane. Just tucks this into the leg side, and if they run well, they'll get 2 here. And they touch and go. Wild throw to the bowler's end. Just the 2. Ends the over. 7 from it. 118 now, the deficit. Came on 63. Potts on 24. I'm getting hungry now. All these comments coming in. Well, David Stevie's a vegetarian in the mixing booth as well, so he's with you. Although he did rip into some Burger King bacon double cheeseburger Pringles yesterday, but apparently I don't think Pringles are food. Not sure there's any nutritional value in a Pringles, but they taste bloody good.
Yeah. Very easy to down a whole tub in about 20-25 minutes flat.
Chicken shawarma on the go. Lovely choices on here as well. Good work, everyone.
A dessert choice as well. Some custard creams.
Custard creams. Rogue choice of dessert.
Nah, I don't mind a bit of that.
Mate, I don't mind it as a little biscuit, but come on, man. There's got to be better desserts out there than a custard cream. That chocolate trifle's got me curious.
Yeah. Driving, can't beat Graham Clark in the covers. Or was that Ben McKinney?
Nipping round to Andy Jordan's place later, I think.
Bishop with a liquid lunch.
Yeah. Horrible choice of beer. Bishop Boot boys.
Yeah, First slip going to come out here. David Bellingham going to be put catching short on the offside. And the back pad back in as well. If Durham aren't too careful, just over 3/4 of an hour left in the session, that deficit could be nigh on erased. If both these two continue and enterprise on like they have so far. 73 minutes down. Harry came up to 63 of 156. And Potts on strike, 24 off 64. Edged away and past Alifa.
It's young Minto's on. Trying to have a look who's gone off.
I think it might be Parkinson.
Yeah, you might be right.
Ooh, ducks down under the weight.
Well directed short ball. Hour and 15 minutes now. This pair has been out there this morning. A couple of shouts for LBW, a blow to the head, but no real chances as of yet from this pair. Making Durham work extremely hard.
Half a cry of catch, but it's flicked away beautifully off the pads, wide of mid-on. And Nick Potts has his 5th boundary of his innings, continuing to chip away. That deficit down to 112 now as Derbyshire 147 for 4.
It's a lovely clip off the pads, that from Nick Potts. Was in the air for a little bit, shouts of catch, but raced away to the boundary. It's a proper northeast Sunday lunch coming here. Panacalty with apple and blackberry crumble with custard. There you go. My missus would be keen on that one, I reckon. Dwan Olafia is into the attack. Need some spin here, I think, Durham. Just change it up a little bit. Driven, but won't beat the skipper in the covers. A little bit of a knock on. Across to Ben Rain. Big opportunity for him to make an impression on debut. Not at his best in the first innings. Bowled a better spell last evening. But no doubt be looking to pick up a wicket. Trying to drive his new club towards victory.
Ooh.
Beats the bat. Probably the first error Harry Kame's made this morning. No, he's batted beautifully for Derbyshire.
Yeah, very late decision from Harry Kame to try and play at that shot. Try and carve it away square on the offside. No doubt that'll be just a little warning shot to himself. Just say, okay, rein it in a little bit. Or not.
Short and wide. Cut away out to the sweeper. Will Rhodes doing the fielding. Interesting, one of the few fast bowlers that wears long sleeves. He's got them pulled up to kind of 3/4 at the moment, but can't name too many. He used to run in long sleeves. Shoaib, who played here as well. Shoaib Akhtar used to run and do that. But not many.
Ooh.
Short and very wide from Olivier. A couple of plays and misses in the over.
Yeah, just again, it's just a different look for the Derbyshire batters.
I can see him get nice and aggressive here. There's a good habit of bowling short and fast. That's his reputation.
Ooh.
This is chopped down right next to the stumps and through to Ollie Robinson. Come on, Leesy, give me some spin. Let's get Parkinson into this.
Ben Raines only bowled 3 overs from the Finkel end in this new spell.
Nicely bowled by Olivier. Ends the over, just the one from it. His 7th, none for 23. Derbyshire trailing by 111, 148 for 4, following on here on day 3 at the Banks Homes Riverside. Yes, got my wish. Parkinson time.
Yeah, you've been looking out for it. We've been mentioning all day about how there was that little bit of turn late on day 2. Now Callum Parkinson will get his first opportunity. See just how much turn is in this surface on day 3. Bowled 4 overs in the second innings yesterday, none for 4. Didn't bowl at all in the first innings. His pace tore through the Derbyshire lineup. Will this change of pace be what Durham need to unlock this partnership? It's up to 49 runs now between Kame and Potts. Won't quite get to 50 yet. A laborious dive and a little bit of swimming as well from McKinney at mid-wicket.
Goon.
Parkinson, who's had such a strong time with the white ball. Particularly in the T20s.
Yeah, he's been a real wicket taker, hasn't he, for Durham? Probably one of the few highlights, that along with some opening bursts from the batters. He's definitely been the star of the show with the ball.
Neat and tidy through his first over. It'll be a maiden Derbyshire will remain on 148 for 4, and the partnership stays on 49.
Colin saying he'd be pleasantly surprised if Mark Wood ever plays for Durham again. I can promise you he's trying his very, very best to get back to playing. He's really struggled with that knee injury. And unfortunately for Woody, his body just... The man's a freak. I hope he's listening in the nicest possible way, because that body is not meant to bowl 95 miles an hour. Nicely played by Potts. And yeah, I promise you, from swimming to gym to... he's doing everything he can to get back on the park and playing cricket. The easy option for him to be, he could walk away now. He's done very well out of the game. And I think he'd be brilliant in the media as well. I think he'd be absolutely superb. I've tried to get him on this numerous times, but I think he wants us to fork out and pay him. Nice drive, but straight to cover. But yeah, the man's doing his very best with those little noodle legs to get back to bowling rockets, and I hope he does. I hope he does. Good from Olivier, and a good single, well taken by Potts.
That'll be the 50 partnership.
Indeed, 50 partnership comes up between these two. Potts, the dominant partner, 127 balls. As you can see there on the electronic scoreboard, all the details. Potts has had to fight for every run today. This one's whipped away into the leg side by Harry Kane. He'll pick up another single.
Milestone after milestone. That's the 150 up for Derbyshire as well. Score that they failed to reach in the first batting innings, and they're all out for 118. But a lot more of a disciplined performance with the bat, but equally so, Durham not necessarily being able to create the chances.
Short ball swayed out of the way comfortably by Potts. Listen, let's go back to important conversations around food. Death row. What's your go-to dessert?
Oh,
Here you go. Final meal. What are you going for? Mine's so simple.
are we just saying dessert?
Yeah, just dessert for now. We'll see how the rest of today goes. We might come back to this conversation later on. Nicely played by Potts. That ends the over. 59 overs done. 150 for 4 following on Derbyshire. Still trailing by 109. But the positive news for Derbyshire is they've yet to lose a wicket here on day 3 at the Banks Homes Riverside. And bowling conditions have been pretty good.
Callum Parkinson will have another go from the Finkel end. Yeah, I think I'm a relatively simple man when it comes to last dessert. I'll have something chocolatey and I love it warm as well.
Okay.
So either big warm chocolate brownie, plenty of vanilla ice cream, or warm chocolate fudge cake or something like that.
Good contradiction. Yeah, the hot and the cold.
Yeah.
There you go. Mine is a mint Viennetta. I could eat the whole thing. I love it. This one's tucked away for a couple by Harry Kane. He's just going about his business really nicely today. This will please his coaching staff and his teammates and all Derbyshire supporters. It's been excellent work from him so far today. Having to go out and open the batting after you were dismissed a couple of hours ago as well is a really tough thing to do for him yesterday. He got through, he got off to a flyer and then has settled into his work.
And only having picked up 2 runs as well in that first innings. Know how much that confidence does for an opening batter. Just ask Zach Crawley.
If you can find him at the moment. Taking a couple of weeks off by all accounts.
Yep, not declared himself available for this or the next week's game for Kent. Obviously out of the test side as well for Durham's Emilio Gay. Parkinson speeds through his over, just the well-run 2 off of it. Derbyshire at 152 for 4. Not too many early signs or indication for Callum Parkinson for any kind of egregious turn. And he's trying to slow that pace of run scoring down, the run rate hovering around 2.5 and over. Got just over half an hour left till lunch. Derbyshire will be absolutely thrilled if these two can carry on through and get to the break safely.
Potts drives Olafia through extra cover for 4. Glorious shot. Over pitched and put away.
Yeah, it's one of the shots of the day that I think for me, from Nick Potts. Really lovely drive. Pierces the gap as well between cover and mid-off. Really, really well done there. Little stride forward. And just frees the hands up.
.35 now to Nathan Potts. Hour and a half this pair now. This morning, started beautifully. Potts gets another short ball that he manages to drop at his feet. Down into the offside.
From somewhere there was a very ambitious shout of catch.
I'm not sure who's catching that one.
But again, as I was touching on earlier, that can be just what happens. A little bit of frustration starts to creep in. A little bit of desperation even. Trying to figure out exactly how on earth they're going to get either one of these two men out.
Nicely played by Nick Potts there, just dropping and running into the offside.
Yeah, good run. Well taken. Aware to the potential of the short ball ploy continuing back on, not having Alex Lees catching close at the short cover. Has been better though from Dwayne Olivier. He had the beautiful cover drive from Nick Potts the start of this over, but besides that, been hitting some decent areas.
This one's whipped away down to Callum Parkinson, who does well. It's everything behind that one. And the single, so 6 runs off that over. That deficit is now just 101. Derbyshire 158 for 4. Harry came on 68. Nick Potts on 36.
Yeah, and this Nick Potts 36 as well, by the way. Looks like it's a highest first class score at the moment. Previous highest of 31. Played a very, very important spot here in this matchup. .23-year-old stand at the non-striker's end with Callum Parkinson into his 3rd over of this spell. Still trying to work against Harry Kane. Barely put a foot wrong so far. One off the inside edge. Potts raced down the track. Throw back in, wavered by quite some way from Ollie Robinson.
Haven't seen the turn that you got yesterday as of yet, have we?
No.
Just wondering with that ball being a little bit older, a little bit softer.
The second new ball will be available in 18 overs once this ball has been bowled. It was the new ball that was the key for Derbyshire in their first bowling innings to unlock a few wickets. So is that maybe what Durham need? For now though, Derbyshire still ticking along that deficit right on 100 as we close the 62nd over. It's 159 for 4.
Archie Bailey, almost a forgotten man of Durham cricket.
Yeah.
Signed last year from Gloucester. Had a torrid time with injuries so far. Hopefully that's a sign that he's getting back to some kind of fitness and ready to get back on the park. Come across with Dale Benkenstein for hitting the nets by the look of it. Olivier to continue.
.23 minutes left till lunch. Harry Kane and Nick Potts continuing to battle on no matter what Durham throw at them. Not really seeming to work at the moment.
Lays back and punches this one out through the offside for a single. And that gets that deficit into double digits down to 99. It's going to see Durham go back to bomb alley for Nick Potts.
Graham Clark grabbing the lid. Going to make his way onto back pad. David Benningham's going to go in at a bit of a wider leg slip. Aldridge at first slip. Lee's in the gully.
And that is a beauty of a bouncer and really nicely played by Potts. Swaying out of the way at the last moment.
That deficit continuing to just dwindle and dwindle away.
Again, nicely played by Potts. Interesting. If we could even just change the angle up here and maybe come around the wicket.
Yeah, at this point, it's just try and give anything a little bit of a go here. See what sticks. So they've identified the short ball as something they want to explore a little bit more consistently.
Nicely played, guided out to backward point. Potts will pick up a single.
Yeah, like you say, just to maybe consider changing around. Try coming around the wicket for one. Maybe even just a change of end as well. See if that will generate anything at all.
Nicely played by Harry Kane to end the over. Just the two from that over. But those 2 runs have got that deficit to 98. 161 for 4. Harry Kane 70. Nick Potts 37.
Let's have a little look into Division 1. See what's happening up there. Yorkshire have their second batting innings underway. They've still got a hefty lead against Warwickshire. White Rose leading by 223. Leicestershire trail by 90 runs. A follow-on enforced on them by Essex after they were all out for 187 in the first innings. Currently 124 for 1. Glamorgan still trailing against Sussex. 102 without loss though in their second innings. So travelling decently. Somerset 116 for 4 against Notts. Parkinson still trying to conjure something out of this surface. Well, there's now 63 over old ball. Please have a little bit of a closer inspection of the ball before sending back to Parkinson. Potts just playing patiently as he has been throughout this entire innings. Bit of width and that's carved down to the man on the sweeper boundary. On the field will do the fielding. Gives one ball at Harry Kane to end this over. And it's flicked into the leg side to keep him on strike. End of the over. 2 more runs onto the total. Derbyshire 163 for 4. $17 more minutes left until the lunch break, so probably have about 3 or 4 more overs, maybe a couple more. Still 71 overs remaining in the day to play. Durham would have hoped by this point they were maybe looking to have the job done within the next 10 or 20 overs.
On a fear to continue. Harry Kane tucks this away off his pads and settles for the single. Matthew Potts, the man out in the deep doing the fielding. Nicely played by Potts up tall, defending into the offside. .38 now to Nick Potts. It's been a rough ride for him this morning. Faced plenty of short balls. One nasty blow off Matthew Potts, hit him right on the head. Behind that one from Olivier.
Yeah, he's batted very well though, Potts. Certainly not the signs of a man that's still yet to make a first-class 50.
Graham Onions there on the boundary. Durham's bowling coach just chatting to Callum Parkinson.
To be a fly on the wall on what that conversation is.
Short ball just gets over the gloves. Potts as he drops his hands at the last moment. He's going to try round the wicket now.
Yeah, just trying something different. Bit of a different angle against the less experienced Potts.
Think of a single, little bit of confusion. Decide against it in the end. That ends the Olivier over. Just the one from it. 164 for 4 Derbyshire, trailing by 95.
Yeah, 13 minutes left until lunch. Having Parkinson at this end means that the overs from the Finkel end will be taken through a little bit quicker. Maybe Durham will be just as grateful for the lunch break as Derbyshire will be. just to get a chance to regroup, plan out a strategy. Maybe see 1 or 2 more overs out of someone like Aldridge.
First one with some real drift in there from Callum Parkinson this morning. Found it tough going, Durham. Some resolute stuff from Derbyshire.
Harry Kane trying to pick that gap. Again through mid-off and cover. This time a little too close to mid-off. Last ball of the over. It's been tidy again from Parkinson. A little bit more flight. And Harry Kane will gratefully push that to Olivier on the deep offside boundary. Retains the strike. Ends the over. And keeps the scoreboard ticking along as well. Derbyshire 165 for 4.
Yeah, Durham have tried a few different plans this morning. Nothing's worked. So you've got to give full credit to this Derbyshire pair. All 4 seamers have had a crack. They've tried short pitch bowling. They've got the left arm spinner on now. That looks like they're going to try Will Rhodes.
Yeah. We're going to try something really different.
Spoke to him the other day. He was so looking forward to getting back into red ball cricket. His favourite format of the game.
Yeah, not one that we've seen bowl that often. Has bowled a little bit in the seconds.
Nice start from Will Rhodes.
Does carry through with him 110 first class wickets though, so
Oh, the man's an all-rounder.
yeah.
He was excellent in some of the white ball stuff for Durham last year, in the 50 over competition in particular. Big 8 minutes to lunch here. This one finds the outside edge, but well controlled. Down to Graham Clark at a very deep gully or a very backward point, depending on what your choice of field positions or labels would be.
Yeah, interesting position that Graham Clark has taken up here.
This you almost feel is a little ploy to get Durham through to the second new ball. Will Rhodes is definitely a containing bowler rather than a wicket taker. he doesn't mind me saying that, but it's a steady start from him. 5 dots. Second new ball is 13 overs away now. That will come after lunch, which is scheduled in just 7 minutes. This one's whipped away, and it will be a maiden over for Will Rhodes to start, so that's just the job his captain would want him to do, is to keep it nice and tight, trying to get through these remaining overs before that second new ball. Derbyshire 165 for 4, trailing by 94.
Yeah, as you say, Ash, almost a sense of kind of damage limitation for Durham here. Make sure there is still somewhat of a deficit for Derbyshire to remain and claw up against. Going in after lunch, that deficit down to 94 now, after the follow-on was enforced yesterday afternoon. Derbyshire, just a case to just keep building and building. Get out to a lead of around about 150-200. And who knows what could happen later on tonight or into tomorrow morning. Potts tries to give himself some room. Can't beat Ben McKinney. Again, this time gets it a little squarer. Skips away for a single.
Just an interesting note, if you've missed it this morning, that Durham have released a statement with regards to the director of cricket role here at the club, is that at the moment
it's going to be whipped away, and they're going to come back for 2 here. Good running.
That was excellent running. Yeah, at the moment, Ryan Campbell and Danny Hazel and Will Gidman, who's the academy director, will report directly to Tim Bostock as they look to implement somebody for the following season. And at the moment, priority is for the club to get back into Division 1 for the men, and for the women to continue their fine run of form.
End of the over. 3 runs from that one. 4 minutes left till lunch. Derbyshire up to 168 for 4. Yeah, still plenty for fight for on either side with the teams. So Durham still currently remaining unbeaten in the county championship. The ladies, another great win yesterday in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah, they're on a good little run at the moment as Will Rhodes continues. Potts guides this one away to the right of Graham Clark and will pick up a single. Yeah, various names thrown around. Neil Colleen being one of them, former teammate of mine. Currently part of the England bowling setup. Coaching players on the England pathways. Another name mentioned was Steve Harper, who's academy director at Newcastle United. Very, very keen cricket fan. Played for Easington, plays for South North at the moment. Living pretty much on the ground at Gosforth. Man loves his cricket. Tidy from Will Rhodes. So yeah, big job to replace Marcus North, who's been here a long time and employed both of these coaches and got them to where they want to be. Obviously, not being relegated last year, that definitely wasn't part of the plan. But this season has started off nicely. Will Rhodes continues to build pressure and bowl dots. Will there be time for one more? There's one more ball left in the over. I'm sure Harry Kane will be taking as much time as possible as Will Rhodes hustles back to his mark. 12:59 on the clock. He tucks this away into mid-wicket and picks up a single. That's great running. Move on to 170 for 4. And that lead now for Durham is just 89. As the umpire's trying to get in position. Will they beat the clock? I think we're going to get one more, which will be good for Durham's over rate. And we will get one more for lunch.
Yeah, it'll be Callum Parkinson that will have that over as well. He's going to start with a change of angle himself. Bring Ben McKinney from the offside into the leg side. Matthew Potts is now going to jump in as a leg slip. McKinney's gone into mid-wicket. Finds an outside edge first ball, but safely along the turf for Harry Kane.
Just trying over the wicket here before lunch. Just a different angle.
Back pad but put back in as well of Graham Clark, so Harry Kane takes a big early step forward. And that forward defensive will float it up a little bit more. Couple of noises there as well, that cry of catch, so whether that was going to be a bump ball, whether it could have maybe been a genuine chance for the leg slip. That one down the leg side and just glanced away on the pad. Again, more angled leg side, and Harry Kane will get away.
What a turnaround from Derbyshire. Bowled out in a session yesterday, losing 4 wickets after tea, and it looks like they're one ball away from batting out the whole morning session here without losing a wicket. Full credit to Harry Kane and Nick Potts. And they do just that. Excellent morning. They'll enjoy their lunch. Durham have some thinking to do as Derbyshire go to lunch. Still 4 down, 171 for 4, trailing by 88. This partnership has moved on to 72 this morning. Durham will be looking at that new ball in 10 overs time. We'll be back in around 35 minutes with the afternoon session. We're going to enjoy our lunch. I hope you all do too, and we'll see you shortly.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside ahead of the afternoon session on day 3 between Durham and Derbyshire in the second division of the Rothesay County Championship. And so far today, it has gone nowhere near according to the plan for Durham after having such a dominant day with the ball yesterday, enforcing the follow-on and leaving Derbyshire at 99 for 4 on the close of play yesterday evening. Harry Kame and Nick Potts have dug in really handily. Racked up a 72-run partnership that is still ongoing into this afternoon's session. Harry Kame on 77, Nick Potts on 40. And with a new ball due in 10 overs, Ashthorpe, that might just be what Durham need to unlock this partnership.
Yeah, I still think they need to work towards a wicket before then. It's easy to let the game drift. I think they need to start probably with the same two. It looks like Will Rhodes has got the jumper off and is going to have a crack from the Lumley end. Bowled a couple of tidy overs before lunch. And will they go spin from the other end? Callum Parkinson. Haven't really seen the spin that we saw yesterday. Pitch hasn't played any demons really whatsoever today. And this Derbyshire pair have been absolutely superb, considering the whole side got bowled out in a session. They managed to get through the whole session unscathed this morning. So Will Rhodes with ball in hand. Lights are still on here. It's still a bit gloomy and overcast. The forecast is for it to get better this afternoon. That's your first ball of session 2, day 3 here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, it's a real awkward phase of the game, this. Durham not really creating too many chances. 1 or 2 LBW appeals in the morning session. 1 each from Potts and Rain. But nothing really else from that.
Yeah, Harry Kame will look to just continue on his merry way. Faced over 200 deliveries now. Looks like the wind's picked up a little bit. It's been a very windy match. Today it was at its calmest. Wind coming from the north, right behind Will Rhodes. And no doubt Durham eyes will be looking forward to that second new ball. Should be taken in about 35-40 minutes time.
Yeah, particularly if the overheads do stay this gloomy and the lights stay on.
Edged and gone, or is it off the back hip? It's a big appeal. It was a solid noise and disappointment all round for Durham. But Harry Kame survives. It's a great noise in our mic, in our ears there. I'm just wondering if that's come off the back hip.
Well, immediately as it sails through, Harry Kame is shaking his head and saying, no, that's not bat.
It was nearly the perfect start for Durham.
Oh.
This one again beats the outside edge. It's a really nice start this for Will Rhodes.
Yeah, good enterprising over to kick off after lunch. Like you say, Afish, if this partnership can be broken before that new ball is taken. Deficit still just 88.
It's an excellent first over after lunch. A maiden from Will Rhodes. 171 for 4.
So close to a dream start after lunch with Harry Kame. They thought they got him with an inside edge through to Robinson, but flicked off of the thigh pad. It will be Callum Parkinson that will continue from the Finkel end after lunch. So they are going to persist with a little bit of the spin, with 9 overs to go until the second new ball. At that point, Potts and Rain will no doubt get involved. Parkinson has bowled neatly, none for 14 off of his 11 overs. Still have Graham Clark under the lid at short leg for Nick Potts. That's cut away. Square of the covers. First run of the afternoon. Credited to Potts. It's 41 off 100 balls. Harry Kane 77 off 216. Make that 78 off 217. He just gets up on the back foot. Couple in a row. Pushed to Matthew Potts. And that will be the end of the over. Just the 2 runs from it. Derbyshire 173 for 4.
Yeah, last ball a lot slower from Parkinson. Just trying to find that biting point. What speed is this pitch going to turn at? Will Rhodes to continue. An excellent first over for him after lunch. 86. The deficit at the moment. And continues his good start, Will Rhodes. Hope everybody's enjoyed their lunch. Enjoying the cricket again. Certainly enjoyed ours here. Lunch in a box with wooden cutlery had never tasted so good. So Will Rhodes has enjoyed his lunch. He started off nicely here.
Yeah, bowling with some good energy. Here's Will Rhodes. Try and bring the energy back up. The Durham fielders. A couple of hands in pockets, arms across chests.
The light's still on here. Been on all morning from the very start. It's gloomy, overcast. Still some very high clouds. As Harry Kane tucks this away off his hip. We'll get at least one. Olafia does the fielding, keeps it down to the single.
Yeah, it set off quickly there, but second run never really looked like it was on. So Harry Kane, rather than try and chip any further away from the now 85 run deficit, just keep the 2 there.
This is where Durham just need to create a little bit of energy in the field. Can't continue to let it drift, even though they do have their eyes on that second new ball. Their ideal scenario is they pick up one of these before that second new ball comes. We saw the havoc it created when Derbyshire took their second new ball. Will Rood's doing a solid job for his captain here, just the one run off that over. 174 for 4. 85 is the number that all eyes are on at the moment. That is Durham's lead. 6 wickets still in hand for Derbyshire, as it has been since ball 1 this morning.
Yeah, Rhodes doing a good job from the Lumley end, just to be kind of transitional pace bowler. Giving Potts, Rain, Aldridge and Olivier a little bit of extra time, so they can come out firing. Meanwhile, Callum Parkinson, as he often does, just holding down this Finkel end. Not leaking the runs, neither batter either really intent on taking him on either. Oh, that one gets through, and it gets through everybody as well. Missed by the gloves of Robinson, and it'll hit the boundary rope.
It's probably the first ball that's really misbehaved today. That one just stayed low, going under the bat of Harry Kame and through the legs of Ollie Robinson.
It's 4 more vital runs to way to that deficit. Just 81 now that Derbyshire need to find to force Durham to bat again. And try to clip that through mid-wicket. Times that wrong. One more ball left of this over. And this time does get the glance backwards a square leg. That'll be the single and the retention of the strike for Harry Kame. He moves on to 80. And that's where the deficit lies as well, with Derbyshire up to 179 for 4.
Bless you. Driven but not timed by Harry Kame.
Well, encourage Will Rhodes a little bit though. See Harry Kame attempting the expansive cover drive. Got Ben McKinney standing right there, poised to latch onto a half volley.
It's good from Rhodes. It's good from Harry Kame as well. Resolute. 80 from 229 deliveries. Outstanding work from the little right-hander.
Yeah, he's been very, very watchful. He's also taken the runs where he can.
Alex Lee's just asking umpire Russell Warren to have a look at the condition of the ball. See if she's still round.
Yeah, quite handily.
Pass through the rings without any issue. Basically, crack on is the word from the umpire.
Yeah, we got 5.5 overs till the second new ball.
Used to be a common sight that up Captain's going to umpires with the ball. Not so much at the moment. Harry Kane tucks this away down to Callum Parkinson, who scurries round and bowls the ball back in to Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, quite a bit of more of an effort ball as well, that from Rhodes. I heard him on the effects mic on the way through. Ooh.
Playing a miss from Potts.
That's both batters in this over. They've tried that big, expansive cover drive.
Just a word from his batting partner coming down. That's what it's about. Partnerships. This is driven on the up through point. Ben Rain is the man out on the boundary doing the sweeping. Nicely timed by Harry. Came out through the leg side. Pick up a single off the last ball of the over to keep the strike. 182 for 4, trailing by 77.
Yeah, just continuously doing that quite nicely as Harry came. Just keeping the strike. Even though Nick Potts has faced 107 balls. He's unbeaten at 42. Still an element to protecting the night watchman a little bit. Parkinson continuing on into his 14th over now. Try that one down a little quicker. No temptation to change the angle just yet. Still continuing to come round the wicket. Saw Parkinson bowl. Couple of deliveries from over the wicket before lunch. So a couple of them though being fired more down the leg side. One was easily just padded away. Oh, a bit of an edge. Quick out of the traps there was Potts, and Harry Kane had to get a move on.
A lot going on there, wasn't there? Good delivery. Harry Kane finding the inside edge. Graham Clark shying at the bowler's end. All in all, it's another single for Derbyshire. Durham's coaching staff out for a wander. Trying to walk a wicket, as you would do in club cricket.
Oh, they've done it! Callum Parkinson runs away, off stump is out of the ground, and the night watchman is finally dismissed. Potts for 42, bowled by Callum Parkinson, and the big partnership has finally been broken. Derbyshire 183 for 5.
That's an absolute beauty. Nick Potts could do nothing with that. It's gone for 42. And Durham get a much needed breakthrough. Callum Parkinson, the man to provide it. Durham have their 5th wicket finally. Rightly gets a good round of applause, Nick Potts.
Yeah, that's a first-class highest for him. 42. Very well batted indeed.
It's like Anderson, the new batter.
Yeah, Martin Anderson made 19 in the first innings before being bowled by Casey Aldridge.
That was a superb delivery from Callum Parkinson. Pitched on off, hit the top of off. And it was just what Durham needed. 4 overs to the new ball. They've got a new batter at the crease.
And can Durham now just start to pile on the pressure? There's Ryan Campbell.
Yeah, Graham Onions alongside him. Trying to walk a few more wickets now. And you can feel the energy and the noise levels have immediately gone up.
Yeah, just about to say all of a sudden the noise levels cranked up a few decibels. Those two certainly contributed to it when that off stump was dislodged.
Nicely played by Harry Kane. I made the mistake this morning. I went and spoke to a few of the lads out in the middle. I says, "Oh, Graham, I hear you played club cricket the other week. How did you go?" And he went, "Are you being serious?" And I went, yeah, I don't. And he was like, "Mate, I got runs." And Graham Onions, one of Durham's leading all-time bowlers, plays club cricket for Gateshead Fell. He says we were 5 for 5. And then it was down to me. As Anderson faces his first ball, Ryan Campbell's looking at me and shaking his head, going, "Do you actually know what you've got yourself into here?" And he was like, "I was like that." And Bunny's going, "Ask me any question you want." He said, "Yeah, 5 for 5. Thorpe, I got 97." And I was like, "What?"
Oof.
He says, "Yeah, it blew 100. I was giving out LB. I was definitely outside the line. Trying to play a slog sweep." Oh, this strikes him, but not Ollie Robinson, the one most interested. And he said he was cramping that much he had to just rest the bat in his hand. He couldn't actually grip it anymore.
Bit Glenn Maxwell like.
Wow. Says, yeah, you didn't evolve any of your batting muscles, mate, did you? But no, I took great pleasure in telling me all about it. Really good work from Will Rhodes. Done just a brilliant job for his captain here. Kept the runs down whilst Durham are trying to get to that second new ball. And Callum Parkinson has been the perfect foil. Also keeping the runs down and has just picked up the huge wicket of Nick Potts, who was proving a real thorn in the side of Durham. Short and wide, and just again, just the one from the over. Really tight stuff. Will Rhodes's 6 overs have gone for just the 7 runs. Great job for his captain either side of lunch. Durham go in search of wickets 6 and 7 when coaches collide. Graham's still probably talking about his 97.
Parkinson will continue to try and work his magic to dislodge Harry Kane.
He's bowled well here. Good holding roll. And now picked up that key wicket. Just gone for 18 runs into his 15th over. Which is weird figures, only having 2 maidens next to his name.
Yeah, but again, that's credit to a previous partnership of the 5th wicket just happy to rotate the strike, particularly on the last ball or two of the over. Keep the run rate moving along a little bit, so you're not just completely starved and cramped up. Run rate still hovering around about that 2.5 mark, with a deficit of just 75 to have to climb over. Oh, big appeal for LBW. It looks pretty good.
That one's sliding on with the arm, that one. Going down leg for me.
Parkinson thought he might have had 2 in 2 overs.
It's good craft, though. He's just getting a little bit of drift in there. That one's a little bit quicker with the arm. It's a great over. Maiden over, his third.
Yeah, really, really strong over from Callum Parkinson. Brings us to the end of the 78th over. So Will Rhodes will have one more here from the Lumley end, and Callum Parkinson one more chance from the Finkel end to pick up 2 wickets in 3 overs for him. And then we'll reach that 80th over, and Pots and Rain could just very well be unleashed.
It's good again from Rhodes. Sometimes it's best just not to put a comment on, isn't it? Poor Terry's put not the wicket for a finger spinner. It's a bit too green. And then Callum Parkinson, I think within a ball or two's ripped the off stump out of the ground. Can happen. Hey, it happens to us all the time.
Yeah.
Good probing areas from Will Rhodes. It's good from Rhodes. That was just a little walk down the wicket from Anderson, which he did a few times in the first innings as well. Rhodes firing in a bouncer.
Yeah, we wouldn't be surprised if that keeps up, that when Ben Rain does come back into the attack, Ollie Robinson considers keeping up to the stumps just to take that option out.
Tucked into the leg side and is set off immediately for a single. Good running. Gets Anderson off the mark.
Yeah, looked a bit fuller there from Rhodes, which I don't mind. Anderson is trying to advance. Push one up a little bit further forward. Try and slide it underneath the bat before he's got a chance to get the bat down.
Oh. He came squirting that one away. Off a thick outside edge, just coming across the line of the ball there. It's a good finish to the over from Will Rhodes. He has none for 9 from his 7. That might be the last we see of him for quite a while. As the next time an over is due from the Lumley end, the new ball is available. However, the way Parkinson's bowling here, they might just persist with this older ball.
Yeah, see what he can generate here. Gonna have to have Harry Kane to battle with again.
For those watching along at home, what would you do? Would you take the new ball straight away? They've done a really good job either side of lunch, keeping the runs down. Parkinson's obviously picked up that wicket as well.
I think you got to try and go for it, personally.
Still hitting the middle of Harry Kame's butt. Yeah, if it was me, I'd be taking it straight away. Straight away. Get Rain, get Potts back into the attack. And if that doesn't work, you can always bring Parkinson back on with a prouder seam on the ball and it being harder. Obviously used to bowling with a new ball in white ball cricket. That is a peach. That is the same ball, I think, just about. That got rid of Potts. You can see almost a snake-like motion with the wrists there, trying to catch up with that ball, Harry Kame. But it was a beauty.
Gets bat on ball for the last ball of the over. Back-to-back maidens for Callum Parkinson.
16 overs, 1 for 18. Has done an excellent job for his captain, Callum Parkinson. As Ben McKinney launches the old ball off the ground, there's the answer.
Ben Rain removing the cap on the jumper as well.
Yeah, indeed. New ball will be taken immediately, as we thought. See umpire Russell Warren there with ball in hand. That'll have been picked over the lunch break. Kept in his pocket. This is where Durham need to be careful. They've built up to this moment, haven't they? They've tried to hold the game really to this 80 over mark. Can they continue to be patient and just let that new ball do its work? Ben Rain has a first crack with it. Anderson pushes into the offside and gets a single. This can also make scoring easier as well, as the ball definitely comes off the bat a load better.
And there's quite a nice gap available as well between the man deep on the offside and cover as well.
A little bit of swing, but starts wide and goes wider.
We've already seen Harry Kame attempt to play a cover drive in the early parts of this afternoon session through that cover region. With a brand new ball. Any kind of middle connection might just race away. Better from Rain there, just trying to angle in towards bottom of middle stump. Played
Cut
late.
away, and that will go away for 4. Harry Kane moves on to 89.
Yeah, and there is that worry that you mentioned, Ash. Runs might be a little bit easier to come by with the brand new ball. It's really, really nicely played. Past Graham Clark at that wide gully or backward point.
Oh, awkward. A little bit of extra bounce. That one, and well negotiated by Harry Kane, who moves to 90. Just 10 away from what would be a brilliant century. He's hung in there. He's been there for 255 deliveries so far. Anderson has a little walk down the pitch, which is going to put a bit of doubt in umpire Russell Warren's mind. Contact was straight, but there's so much doubt. So much doubt. Ends the over. 6 from that over from Ben Rain. The first with the second new ball. 192 for 5. Harry Kane's moved into the 90s. And the deficit is 67.
Yeah. Anderson there, as he did against the old ball. Taking a couple of steps down. Making sure that height was going to be an issue with that LBW appeal from Rain. Bringing Matthew Potts back into the attack after a very strong extended spell from Callum Parkinson. One that resulted in the wicket of the 84 run 5-wicket partnership. Starts off against Harry Kane. Ten runs away for Harry Kane. What would be just a 4th first-class century. A little straight up from Potts and kept out. Lee's converging with Rain and Potts. Rain patrolling at mid-off, Lee's at mid-on. Matthew Potts turns. Oh, sails by there from Harry Kane.
There's a good bit of zip, isn't there, straight away with that second new ball.
Again, kept away from off stump there from Kane. Just hopping up a couple of times there when he's played that shot down to cover. And that's an indication of whether ball's just keeping maybe a fraction lower than is anticipated. Again, this time turned into the leg side. Last ball of this over. It's pushed once again to Ben McKinney in the covers. A maiden over on the return from Matthew Potts. Derbyshire remain 192 for 5.
Yeah, good comeback over from Potts. 4 for 42. to his name. Anderson back to face Ben Rain. $192 for 5. Playing a miss from Anderson. Got Ben Fitzpatrick very excited next to me.
Yeah,
I heard something as well.
I heard a noise. Might have just been toe of the bat flicking the ground as the way through, or maybe the thigh pad.
Oh, that is a beauty. And that is the second new ball at play. A little bit of extra bounce over the shoulder of the bat.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of nip away as well.
Yeah, beauty.
Of course, the overheads will be helping a little bit with that. Giving a little bit of extra swing, a little bit of extra movement.
Walk down the crease from Anderson. Umpire Ashraf, just telling him, Ryan Campbell mentioned this yesterday about walking into the danger area. Umpire Ashraf just having a word there.
Yeah, Ben Rain right at the end of his follow through. Immediately pointed to umpire Ashraf at square leg.
This one's driven away. McKinney gets a hand to it. Olafia chases after it, and there'll be a couple to Anderson. Doubles his score, moves on to 4. $194 for 5.
Just 65 runs. The deficit now as well.
And again advancing.
Again, half of a suspicion of a little noise on the way through as well.
Getting keen, aren't you? I like it.
Maybe it's just hearing things in hope.
Is Ollie Robinson getting keen to come and stand up to the stumps? That's what's in my mind right now. Zoned right in there. Just the 2 from that over. 194 for 5. 65, the magic number.
Graham Clark gonna remove the knee pads. Not keen on being put in as a back pad against the brand new ball.
He'll be thinking he's got a chance to bowl here after that wicket he got down at Kent. One of the most disgusting things I've ever seen on a cricket field. Ben Rain wicket keeping, floppy hat, short sleeves. Clark bowls a perfect outswinger to a young man who just got 180, I think, in the first innings. And he nicked him off.
Ooh.
Ben Dawkins of Kent will never forget that moment. Graham Clark says he thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever seen on a cricket field.
Clearly not been down to a few village games then, has he?
Well, that was as village as it gets in the pro game, that is for sure.
Oh, big bottom edge.
Will be 4.
Off the bat of Harry Kane, it will be 4. No fine leg in place. Matthew Potts and Ben Rain still have their hands on both of their heads.
Just having a look there, my phone flashed up. Kumar Sangakkara, lazy 168 not out, playing, I think, in Division 4 of the Devon League or somewhere like that.
I think I saw this morning.
Yeah, 168 not out. Cheeky little win. Is it Shillingston or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Shillingston CC.
Oh, big wave and a miss there from Harry Kane.
Nervous 90s. 94, just 6 away. He really deserves 100 here, Harry Kane. He's going to have to earn it. Earn these last 6 runs. He's earned every one of the 94 that he's made so far. 264 balls.
What's quite amusing about that Kumar Sangakkara story is the Instagram page of that club of Shillingston. In their bio says something along the lines of cricket for all abilities. You see that bio and you think, yeah, it's just for people that can, are capable of holding a bat and just want to have a go. If you go out for a duck, doesn't matter, it's all for a laugh. You rock up to the game and you go, who's this new bloke? Can he bat a little bit? You go, yeah, he's good for 30 Test centuries.
Spent a bit of time up here playing for Durham. Fantastic player, great man as well.
Last ball of this pot's over. It's played off the legs really nicely. That new ball is just going to race away. Alex Lees won't be able to stop it.
Jeez, man. He has hit the fence hard there. The skipper done everything he can to stop that. And he appears okay. 4 more, and that brings up the Derbyshire 200. 202 for 5. Harry Kane moves to within 2 of a century. We'll have to check on Alex Lees and the integrity of that concrete wall, because he's hit that very, very hard.
Yeah, hopefully for his sake it's a case of you should have seen the other guy. It's just favouring his hip on the way through as he's walked down over and will soon retake his place at mid-off. But at the moment looks alright.
Ben Rain, ball in hand. Oh, and somehow this squeezes down to 3rd for 4 more. So the run's flowing with this second new ball. Durham creating some near misses. This partnership already up to 23. 53 now, the deficit.
I'll tell you what, that's kept really low as well.
He's done well to squeeze it down there. Real aggressive walk down the pitch from Anderson.
I think Robinson's got a call for the helmet here. And start standing up to Anderson. Take that walk down away.
Anderson staying at home this time, solid in defence. I wonder if thoughts have just switched in Derbyshire's mind as to what lead they would dream of. Can they get 50 in front? Can they get 100 in front? Making Durham bat last on this pitch. Attempting to drive Anderson, but no timing.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on what the overall intent or aim is for the rest of the game. In terms of, do they think that with the way that this pitch is evolving, what they're seeing from the Durham bowlers, they believe in their bowling unit that they can go after Durham's batting lineup and sneak through a win, or just bat and play for the draw. At the moment, like you mentioned before, Ash, the pitch doesn't look like it's doing too much so far on day 3. There's one or two that have kept a little low, but no real sign of that hinted turn that we saw yesterday evening.
Anderson on the walk again. Ends the over. Just the 4 off the first ball of the over. 206 for 5, trailing by 53 Derbyshire. Harry Kane now on strike. 98 not out. Can he get to that century?
Yeah, just 2 away. Matthew Potts will want to be the man to try and spoil that party for what will be and will have been a very fiercely battled century if he is able to get there. Oh, it's outside edge. That'll do for Harry Kane. Down a 3rd man. And it's a 4th first-class century for Harry Kane. He's been an absolute anchor in this batting innings for Derbyshire when it all could have gone horribly, horribly wrong. 102 off of 268 balls. Very, very well batted.
Well, he had his heart in his mouth for just a moment there until he saw that outside edge flown away for 4. It's a really, really nicely played century. Thoroughly deserved. But he's still got a lot of work to do here. Almost just press the restart button. And go again.
And that deficit now under 50. I said there was a danger of that Durham lead just continuing to dwindle and dwindle away. Second new ball so far. Not giving Durham too much to shout about. A couple that have found the edge of the bat but have caused more frustration than hope. That one Fuller driven to Alex Lees. Spills in on the way through, but Harry Kane will not try and take on the Durham skipper. Again, rising up high, almost on his toes. Matthew Potts, what a stark contrast that this has been as well for him with the ball in hand today. Ended yesterday in this second Derbyshire batting innings with all 4 wickets to his name. So far, while bowling decently, hasn't been able to create much of the chances. Quick change in the field. Man out on the deep in the offside, coming a little bit squarer for this last ball. That's because he's trying to bowl it a little bit wider and encourage Harry Kane to play the cut shot, but not going to happen. That'll end the over. Harry Kane will get his deserved curtain call from the announcer here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Derbyshire 210 for 5.
Yeah, well done, Harry Kane. Helmet is coming on for Ollie Robinson now.
Yeah, good. Much needed. Anderson's starting to get a little bit more settled now. 8 off 23. Just take away one of those both offensive and defensive tools.
Almost through straight away. Lots of encouragement. Callum Parkinson is the voice you can hear. Solid again from Harry Kane. This one just guided into the offside for another single. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, neatly done there from Harry Kane. Guiding it through backward point. Give Ben Rain a couple more looks at Martin Anderson. See what he can do with Ollie Robinson up to the stumps. Fens out into the offside off the last ball of the over. 2 from that over. That
That lead now down to 47.
James Minto making his way on. See who makes their way off, or has already made their way off, as two Derbyshire batters are going to take the opportunity for a little bit of a drink. Quickly check in on what's going on in the Women's T20 World Cup, shall we? Doubleheader going on at Edgbaston today. First of which has already concluded. Bangladesh winning by 6 wickets with 5 balls remaining against the Netherlands. And currently underway, India up against Pakistan. India are already 10 for 1 after winning the toss and electing to bat. It's the skipper, Alex Lees, that's the one to make his way off for James Minto, as the 12th man might still be feeling the after effects of colliding with the bottom of the LNER stand earlier on.
That one flies through to the wicketkeeper.
Good carry through again from Potts to Robinson. A little lower. Keeps Ollie Robinson and the 2 men in the slips a little interested. That's David Beddingham at first, Casey Aldridge at second. Graham Clark at that backward point / wide gully. McKinney in the covers. Rain at mid-off, Minto mid-on. All Rhodes at mid-wicket. Potts just trying to speed up the bat. Harry Kane here. The last 2 in the field, by the way, is Callum Parkinson. The sweeper on the deep and the offside is in conversation with Ryan Campbell and Graham Onions. And Dwayne Olivier at long leg. Oh, I thought again there might have been a little bit of an edge or a noise. Matthew Potts held the pose for a couple of seconds as well. Itching for the breakthrough. The dismissal of the Centurion. Then squared up with a drive on the last ball of the over. McKinney tried to put in the dive, but it falls to Ben Rain. End of the over. Another Matthew Potts maiden. That's his 8th in this bowling innings. Derbyshire still 212 for 5.
Yeah, 4 for 54. 21 overs deep, Matthew Potts. Still running in, giving every effort, which is what we've come to expect from him. 212 for 5. Harry Kane 103. Been superb for Derbyshire. Solid in defence. Here's Anderson. Ollie Robinson up to the stumps, keeping him in his crease. Squirted away into the leg side. Kept low. Right on line. Oh, this one's down the leg side. Did it flick something on the way through? In fact, it's buys. Goes away for 4 buys. Derbyshire won't care one bit. So that adds 4 more to the total. And takes 4 off that deficit now down to 43.
Yeah, frustration there. Obviously, as we mentioned, is what can happen when the new ball's taken. Runs just come a little bit easier to come by.
Anderson gets through for a single.
Another little call there of come on James. That one was fielded as well. Thought about maybe there could have been a chance for a quick run out, but Minto happy to just pocket it, take its time. Bring Harry Kane back on strike.
Solid again, Harry Kane.
Potts already trying to nurse this ball a little bit, coming up to 9 overs old.
Leave off the last ball of the over. So 5 off the over in total. That 4 buys. Derbyshire trailing by 42 at 217 for 5. Following on here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Halfway through day 3. At this stage yesterday, we didn't feel that we were going to get to this point. But full credit to Derbyshire, and especially Harry Kane and Nick Potts, who batted through the entire session this morning. And Durham have just picked up the 1 wicket all day.
So back to Matthew Potts. We will go. The 5th over of his spell since the taking of the second new ball. Anderson straight away trying to advance against Potts. See a question there from David Bailey. So when does a new ball become an old ball? After how long? It's roughly around about the sort of 20 to 25 over mark.
Depends when she stops swinging and gets soft.
Mind you can be keeping in touch with us either by those comments in the live stream chat of the broadcast or streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Anderson advances. Crive
What a
catch and got him! Taken by Ben McKinney, who races away at cover. And Matthew Potts has the 5-foot, has a breakthrough. And Martin Anderson has to go for 10. Derbyshire 217 for 6.
Go, go, Gadget arms. The long arms of 6'7" Ben McKinney plucks it out of the sky. And a big wicket for Durham, 217 for 6. And Matthew Potts richly deserves his 5 wickets. 5 for 54 for him in the game where he's picked up his 250th first-class wicket for Durham. Super catch, Ben McKinney.
That is Matthew Potts' 12th 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. What a performance from him. Kicked off so well with the ball yesterday evening. Brings out Brooke Guest at number 8. And there is still a slight deficit, 42 runs. Derbyshire still in arrears. So maybe, is there the outside chance that Durham can find these last 4 wickets before being asked to bat again? It would take a lot. Just rattle through. Potentially Brooke Guest and Ben Aitchison, Shoaib Bashir and Mohammed Abbas would be the last to face.
Still 42 behind Derbyshire. Need another partnership here.
And McKinney gets moved into 3rd slip for his rewards. Oh, beats the outside edge of the bat. First ball against Brooke Guest. Offered out the forward defensive. Pretty far away from his body. Once again, the energy up again for Durham as a little patch of blue sky shines down overhead at the Banks Homes Riverside. Floodlights still firmly beaming down though. See there out to our left-hand side. Pretty much a similar view to what we have in the commentary position. Oh, bowled him! Brooke Guest goes for a duck. Potts has 6 in the innings. And where 1 brings 2, Matthew Potts is the man. Brooke Guest goes for a duck.
He's now getting his rewards for all of this hard work, Matthew Potts. He's run in hard all day. That was similar to the one that got Wayne Madsen last night. Guest trapped on the crease. That one getting through the defences and knocking his off stump right out of the ground. Matthew Potts has 6. Durham have 7. That deficit is still 42. And Durham closing in on victory here. 2-1-7 for 7. At the other end, Harry Kame seen 7 of his partners come and go.
This should bring out Ben Aitchison.
It does indeed. Excellent.
Is that you reading Simon's comment, or is it telepathic?
Indeed it was.
Well, job's certainly not done with Ben Aitchison striding out at 9. He's got a very handy 112 against Middlesex last month. But here at the Banks Homes Riverside yesterday, he only managed 7 before being caught by Alex Lees off the bowling of Casey Aldridge. 1 more ball left in this over. Matthew Potts with a double wicket maiden in his sights already. Can he cap off a momentum shifting over here for Durham with a ball that's still just 10 overs old? In comes Potts. And it's kept away, and it's going to be a run as well.
Oh, penalty runs, that's obscene. Over 50s cricket from Callum Parkinson, kicking that one in the covers, but Matthew Potts rightly gets a round of applause. 2 wickets in the over. 218 for 7. Matthew Potts has 6 for 55.
Yeah, and absolutely reward for his hard work. Felt like he should have had a wicket in the morning session as well, with a big appeal in the early stages for leg before. Finally gets a double breakthrough.
Still a lot of work for Durham here. It's took them till now to get 3 wickets today. They still need 3 wickets for victory. They'll be wanting to bowl at Ben Aitchison as much as possible and keeping Harry Kame at that non-striker's end. He's been superb so far today. Oh, I thought he chipped it straight back to Ben Rain.
I think there are a couple out there in Durham Whites as well that thought the same. A couple of yells of catch.
Just need to calm things down here, Derbyshire. Durham on a right roll at the moment. Oh, that could be out. That could be out. Goodness me, that's a good shout. He's got a long way across his stumps, Ben Aitchison. Ben Rain cannot believe it. I didn't see the point of impact. I must admit we're behind the bowler's arm here. Sorry, behind the wicket-keeper. So there's a lot of Ben Aitchison in front of us. Just going to watch a replay. Oh, wow. Umpire must have thought it was going down leg, but that looked pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Don't know what your thoughts, guys, back home, watching the coverage.
To quote Gary Neville, ooh, that was very fortunate. Oh.
Short and hooked out to Will Rhodes in the deep. It'll be a single.
Brings the deficit to 39. That's all Derbyshire need to do. Get a couple of singles here and there. Keep a couple of wickets handy. Push Durham into the bat again.
Edged, but doesn't carry to McKinney, who's at maybe a 5th slip.
Very strong. 10-15 minutes here for Durham. Tails well and truly up, even with the slender lead that they're holding on to at the moment. They can just get through one of these last 2 that are at the crease right now.
One's kept out by Aitchison. More than capable, you mentioned. Centurion. Was it Middlesex they scored the 100 against?
Yep, away at Middlesex. 112 in that first innings.
As a night watchman. Had some useful even contributions from their night watchman. So Nick Potts today really thwart Durham for a good few hours before he got an absolute beauty from Callum Parkinson. Last ball of the over. Aitchison thinks about a run, plays across his front pad again. This time gets plenty of bat on it. Ends the over. 2 off that over. Trailing by 39, 220 for 7. Harry Kame still there. 104 not out.
As Matt Potts gets set and ready to go once again, we'll have a little check elsewhere into Division 2. Gloucestershire were forced to follow on in their second innings after failing to get anywhere near Northance's 465 in the first innings. Well, that lead has been trimmed down to 90 now. Gloucestershire 107 for 2. Lancashire trying to chase down a huge total set by Kent. They only need 262 more though, the Red Rose. As Cam tries to drive Matthew Potts right back down the ground. Middlesex have a 212 run lead against Worcestershire as well. Middlesex 138 for 4. Currently on day 3. As we tick up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. That's guided down to mid-on. Alex Lee's back on the ground.
Yeah. Harry Kame happy to take the single there.
Third slip's going to come back in against Aitchison. McKinney taking his place there. Alex Lee is going to go behind Aitchison as well. Into that gully position. Brings Will Rhodes around to uppish mid-off. Oh, big inside edge. Still got Graham Clark at backward point. Parkinson's moved up off the boundary rope quite considerably. He's in the covers. Ben Rain at mid-off.
Certainly get his bottom hand through the ball here, Ben Aitchison. I love it.
Yeah, a bit of a sort of half-hearted drive there from Aitchison. Not really wanting to commit to the full shot.
Just Shoaib Bashir and Mohammed Abbas to come here.
Oh,
Great
that's
fielding.
Creamed, but straight at Callum Parkinson, who's worn that.
Yeah, I think that was more wrist than hand from Parky. Who I'm sure is getting a load of sympathy from his teammates right now.
Ben Rain a little bit more sympathetic.
Yeah,
now
I
Clarky.
don't know about that.
Graham Clark coming over saying, well done, mate, you saved a boundary.
Yeah, he's done very well. Whatever. I just enjoy seeing people in pain.
Field goes out for the last ball of the over. It's a lowie that Aitchison will keep. Try for this direct impact. Gets the direct impact as well.
Goodness me, Kame looked like he was struggling there a little bit to get those legs moving. Great bit of athleticism from Matthew Potts.
It ends the over. 2 runs from it, including that quick single and slight scare for Harry Kame. Derbyshire 2-2-2 for 7.
Not probably what you need when you've been batting for about 5 hours. How long has he been out there now? Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think it was about 330 odd minutes when he got his century.
Yeah, 6 hours now. He's been at the crease. Ben Aitchison, he's probably thinking, well, I'll get to face the next over. Ben Rain has Aitchison in his sights now. Nicely defended away.
Yeah, Rain will be moving into his 6th or 7th over of this spell here, so might get one more. Try and strike while the iron's hot. Maybe Alex Lees, with a relatively fresh ball, want to try and trust in Casey Aldridge or...
Oh, that one spits up Ben Rain. Big effort ball. Surprised he didn't just follow through an extra few steps there.
Yeah, that one really fizzes up on Aitchison. Reaction pulls the bottom hand away very quickly.
This is punched nicely, but won't beat the skipper, who's feeling an extra cover. What signal have we got here? We've got it. Alex Lees tapping his head towards Ben McKinney and pointing at the other end. So is he wanting to get his helmet on for Matthew Potts' over potentially?
Yeah, Callum Parkinson's got his arm outstretched at long leg. Try to communicate something to his skipper.
Oh, and that one's tucked away fine. Ben Rain, hands on head. But it's forward to Aitchison.
Yeah, just squirrels away there. Too fine for Parkinson to have a chance to shuffle over and put his body on the line again. Maybe that's what he's trying to signal. Still feeling the after effects of the dive that he put in. So I can skip. We've got James Minto right there.
I wonder where that got him. We'll find out afterwards. On the wrist or maybe on the drumstick. That real meaty part of the thumb. Oh, and again, Rain zeroing in on the stumps. Yet to pick up a wicket in this second innings, Ben Rain. Picked up 3 in the first. But as usual, has been right on the money for most deliveries as the field scatters to all parts of the Banks Homes Riverside, as they're quite happy to give Aitchison a single here and keep him on strike. And Harry came at the non-striker's end. This one's tucked away fine. Parkinson this time will do the work. Hand intact, bowls it back in. That ends the over 5 from that over. 227 for 7.
And again, that deficit still just wandering its way down.
32 now.
Still a little bit of time to work with here for Durham. For them to be able to try and find these last 3 wickets and send us home. Potts is going to get another over from the Finkel end. It's going to be to Aitchison. 3 slips in a gully. And that is clubbed backwards.
How has that gone there?
Yeah. I was looking initially down towards mid-off, but it's gone over the top and bound through third man. Ben Aitchison away to the boundary rope.
Yeah, attempted pull shot, thick edge. Just see Alex Lees in the gully, the look of disgust on his face. 4 more, 28 the deficit. Still 10 overs till the tea break here on day 3. Loads of time left in the game.
Oh, wild swing and a miss from Aitchison.
I tell you what, if you're Alex Lees in the gully, you're happy he hasn't got anything on that, because if that's coming at you, that's coming quick. And I like that from Aitchison. If he's going to go, he's going to go hard.
Yeah, but a man like the skipper that's already worn one on the hip, crashing into the bottom of the L&R stand. Last thing you want is a 13.5 overs old Duke's ball cannoning right at you in the chest. Little switch in the field here. Parkinson and Clark are going to swap positions slightly. Clark's going to come into the covers. And Parkinson is going to go back more towards the boundary. That has gone high. Criev catch it as it's over towards Parkinson, but out of his reach.
Nearly the perfect field placement. Aitchison going hard, fully committed to the shot, picks up another 4. 24 now the deficit. Aitchison moves on to 15.
And I wonder if this approach from Ben Aitchison is primarily just thinking of, well, let's just try and make a lead for ourselves that's as high as we can with the few wickets we've got left. Yorker length this time, well dug out by the all-rounder. Shorter and clubbed backwards a point to Parkinson once again. And Aitchison will get the single. Gives Matthew Potts 1 ball at Harry Kane. Well, after 6 hours, is still out there batting. 105 off 287. But a real classy innings from him. And it's flat batted on the up to Will Rhodes at mid-on. That'll end the over. A pricey one for Durham. 9 runs off of it. Derbyshire 236 for 7.
The Devils figures there. Potsy 6 for 66. Ben Aitchison come out full of intent to score. 16 from 21. Jeff on the chat, mate. I think it's time for you to go and check your front door and make sure that everything's okay in the backyard. Casey Aldridge has the ball in hand. Picked up his first 5-wicket haul for Durham yesterday.
Yeah, none for 33 off the 13 overs he's bowled in the second innings so far. Wicket's not been as free-flowing for him the second go around, but still worked hard.
A bit of a loosener there. Aitchison tempted, but resisted in the end. 236 for 7, 23 behind.
Yeah, even though it might have been a bit of a loosener first ball up, don't mind the idea. Offer up a little bit of width to Aitchison, tempt him, seeing he's already been quite aggressive to Potts. All he needs to do is top edge one and spoon it to someone in the slips. Ooh.
He nearly does. Ollie Robinson tumbling away to his right. Ben McKinney back in the slips cordon. Took 2 catches off Casey Aldridge yesterday in the slips.
Yeah, 2 very neat catches as well
Yeah,
for Ben McKinney, particularly the second one.
Yeah, off Potts, yeah. That was an excellent catch. This is chipped in the air to mid-off and gone. Aldridge strikes. Ben Rain takes the catch. Durham have their 8th as Aitchison goes. Still trailing by 23, Derbyshire, 236 for 8. Ben Aitchison goes, caught rain, bowled Aldridge for 16. And Durham are closing in here, needing just 2 wickets for victory.
Yeah, had that funny feeling, didn't we, Ash, about Ben Aitchison there. Was here for a good time, not necessarily a long time. The second innings, trying to play away from his body in the first 2 shots. This one nips back, was in swinging Yorker, honing in on leg stump, and just chips it routine up to Ben Rain.
Can only assume Jeff's nipped outside to check everything's okay there. But just as yesterday, Casey Aldridge comes in and picks up a wicket straight away. Shoaib Bashir, the new batter, who enthusiastically enters the ground. Jeff says it worked. There's a spot of rain outside. Well, I hope the rain stays away from the Banks Homes Riverside. That's Durham. 2 wickets away from victory. I guess Derbyshire's want now is to make sure Durham bat again.
Yeah, to be testing for Shoaib Bashir. Was bowled by Ben Rain for naught in the first innings. The man with just 296 first-class runs to his name.
How many first-class games has he actually played?
He has played 42.
Okay.
So this would be his 43rd.
He's had to sit and watch a lot of cricket.
Mm-hmm.
Sit and watch the entirety of the Ashes as well, didn't he? Oh, and he gets off the mark immediately with a little bit of hesitation. The 2 former Somerset men going head to head.
Yeah, he wasn't quite convinced there as he
I actually don't think he knew where the ball was. Harry Kane just started casually running through for an easy single, and not sure Bashir knew exactly what was going on. Brings Harry Kane back on strike though. 2 balls left in the over. A high bouncer is 1 for the over. Harry Kane pulling out of the shot there.
Yeah, went for a second as if he was going to try and get high up on his toes. Maybe tempted to try and ramp it over Bedingham and McKinney in slips.
Ollie Robinson trying to suggest that Captain Alex Lees at the field comes in, but he's going to keep it out for the last ball of the over. Wonder if we get another short ball here from Aldridge. And we do, and it's toe-ended back to Casey Aldridge, who starts off his second spell with a wicket. 1 for 1 off that over. Derbyshire 237 for 8. Still trailing by 22. And just as important, he's kept Shoaib Bashir on strike.
Yeah, very well navigated there by Casey Aldridge. And it encourages Alex Lees to continue on with Matthew Potts. 6-wicket haul in this second innings.
Yeah, try getting the ball out of his hand now. He's thinking 7 and 8, 100%. Matthew Potts.
Yeah, it won't quite be the Mohammed Abbas 10 for performance from a few seasons ago, but
if it wins a match for Durham, he won't care one bit.
Absolutely.
He's done his part.
More than his part. As you say, he'll be wanting more. Oh, thunders into the pads and the finger goes up. Matthew Potts, who's asked the question of leg before so many times of the umpire, this time does get his reward. Shoaib Bashir trapped in front for 1. And it's a 7th wicket for Matthew Potts in the second innings.
Yeah, magic work from Matthew Potts. She just had a little walk down the crease there, trying to manufacture something. He's tried to work it into the leg side. It looked good to the naked eye. As you could see from my point anyway, right behind Matthew Potts, I could see literally Midland leg stump as that one thudded into the pad. The only question would have been, was it outside the line? Umpire Ashraf says no, that's out. And Durham have their 9th and are 1 wicket away from victory. Can Potts pick up 8? Which would be an incredible return after Derbyshire have followed on.
And it brings Mohammed Abbas as Derbyshire's last hope to try and combine with Harry Kane to find the 22 runs needed.
Yeah, in search of a 10-wicket haul as well, Matthew Potts, if he picks up 8. Which would be an outstanding return.
Abbas, who was not out in the first innings. He faced the ball from memory. Now he's got no choice. He's going to have to face at least one.
Really interesting that these two Durham spearheads started off life as opening batters. Both products of the Philadelphia Cricket Club junior system. Matthew Potts, a right-hand opening batter at a junior age. Ben Rain, a left-hander. Being gone on to become two Durham greats with the ball.
Bat down and pushed to Parkinson, who's back in the covers. It would be quite something, as has been mentioned there in the live stream chat, if this last wicket partnership does manage to get to 23 and set Durham a target of 1.
Funny game, cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it just?
I wasn't thinking that this morning. I was thinking it was pretty boring.
Oh, gone, and that's the game. Matthew Potts straight through the guard of Mohammed Abbas. It's 8 for the innings. It's 10 for the match. And when it could have been a very, very different tale of the tape at lunch this morning, Matthew Potts stands up tall and carves through the Derbyshire batting lineup. It's a Durham victory at home in 3 days.
And what a spectacular way to top it off. Matthew Potts has sent stumps flying out of the ground. Mohammed Abbas unable to negotiate that. That's a 10-wicket haul for the match for Matthew Potts. In the second innings, it's 8 for 66. A magnificent performance. And Durham, table-topping, have forced a victory here. Derbyshire resisted for the best part of 100 overs. They've got through 95 here. Harry Kane has been in for every single one of those. He'll finish carrying his bat on 105 not out. Fair play to him. Fair play to Derbyshire, who could have just rolled over and made it easy for Durham today. They haven't done that. It's taken them the best part of 2 sessions to force victory today. But Durham have won by an innings and 22 runs. And that will see them increase their lead at the top of the table in the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 in their search for promotion. That's another tick in the box.
Yeah, really, really hard-fought victory in the end. And that's exactly the kind of thing that you need. As Matthew Potts is going to get a well-deserved standing ovation and curtain call here.
That must be a CB as well, is it? Surely. 8 for. As I send you scurrying, Coach Ryan Campbell has been walking wickets this afternoon. It's not, is it?
No, first-class best bowling figures for Durham. 9 for against Lancashire back in 2024.
There you go. What's he doing? Get on with it. But now superb as the players shake hands. Well, we'll be back here on Friday as Northamptonshire are the visitors. And depending on what happens in their game, they could be sitting in second place, so it could be a top-of-the-table clash. But from myself, Ash Thorpe, Ben Fitzpatrick, from Stevie and Jason from the media company, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this county championship game from the Banks Homes Riverside. Durham win by an innings and 22 runs.